Let's Discord. I guess it's kind of the same description as last. Enter, paste. And where else do we want? Guess we can put this on Twitter. Hashtags, hashtag. And whatever, that's good. Oh, build in public. Mastodon. Okay. I missed end because of the holiday. Y'all had our holiday. I know I did. We went to the Central Park Zoo. Nice time. We saw the red panda there. Oh, fix this. And move the app. Yeah, this isn't live quite yet. Wait, is it paused or what? Well, already this. So if I got app is not here, but now for some reason it's running on my Mac on the simulator. There we go. Yeah, so we got I guess we just deleted everything, so there's nothing here. We made it so we can go forward weeks, we can go back to today, we can go to previous weeks. Yeah, definitely there's a lot to clean up more on this UI. Add a plus here. Sunday noon. Still streaming. And it shows up there. We can put it into a storyline. No storylines exist yet. Oh, this needs padding. Go ahead and add that in real quick. Storyline select. Whoa, this is like, I guess they need to be horizontally upper aligned. There we go. So that has some padding now. We can create a storyline. We'll call this one Q, the story of this app coming to life. Now let's make it yellow and let's triangles as the texture. Now we have that dot there. Oh, there's so many things I want to do with this app. Yeah, let's try to fix this horizontally alignment. alignment dot. This doesn't fix it. I think there's another align top we can do somewhere. There we go. I guess the row isn't coming all the way down. That's okay. Yeah, so one thing I'd like to do is kind of combine this screen and this screen. They're kind of two different screens right now, and I feel like they really should be the same one. I think that'll make it easier to make changes for it. Then I want to, I want writing to be its own tab. Perhaps that'll become more obvious why in a little bit. Yeah, those are the intentions for at least to start for today. Yeah, so let's what we're doing today. Oh, ooh. Okay. We can write down what we just said. We can say combine the add story screen, edit story screen. And then write should be its own tab, easy to get to. And I don't know how difficult this is going to be, but I think that'll be really cool. Yeah, so let's start with the first one. Put like an arrow here to say that we're up here. Corner here. So currently, let's get both these screens up. The add and the edit screen. Version control. If I put the simulator here, I guess that that focuses just on the one thing that we're doing. I guess that's okay for now. Gotta have everything kind of in place. So here's the original ad screen that I made, and then I have a I have like an edit screen here too. And I want to make them kind of the same one. Am I using this? I had this mode thing. This was to try to help merge them, but I think I'm not using it anymore. How is mode used? It's just saying to focus on a peer or not, which is fine. I don't think we need to do that in a mode. Maybe these are all going to kind of be the same thing. Moving it to its own tab and combining these. Gonna try gonna try to be a little disciplined and do just the one. But this idea of like navigating back, that's just not going to be there anymore once once it's on its own tab. So I am tempted to sneak that in. Oh, and here's my navigation, by the way. This used to be whole big ass thing here. But now it's just all in one file. And we have a story route. I can show this off. So either like a storyline action or a plot point action. The select and the edit, they have the ID. New doesn't have an ID for a new storyline. But edit does have a an ID. Okay, I think this tea is brewed enough. Keep says hi. Second time filling up a tea is never as good as the first. Well, I'm so excited you're here. What I was able to do for the storylines over here, I can draw your attention to right here. I have a form for the storyline form, and this gets shared by the storyline edit screen and the storyline new screen. So I think edit is a little bit easier to understand. So like we load up a storyline, we initialize the states with, what was saved in the database. We grab a link to the database and the navigation model. And then we fill out the form with those items and we have our navigation and all that. When save, we like update it. And then for new, remember the new, like we pick a random one. So like, oh yeah, all the pickable colors that get a random element, all of the pickable textures pick a random element, and then so those are picked out here, and we autofocus in on the name. And we have that passed in focus name on load. Yeah, so the inners of the screen are all the same in the storyline form, which is a couple bindings of the name, the selected color, and the selected texture. And all this part gets shared between both. That's what I am trying to do with this story entry, which I guess we call them plot points now. This even has an old name now. So if we were to try to see, I guess let's drag this in here, delete this folder, so at least they're next to each other. Fail to rename a file, specify a different target path, or move aside the existing file. Does that mean we have that already? Let's see. So CD, where are we? App, story UI, plot point screen. There's something inside of this form folder already? No, it's empty. Just remove it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Dash to get back. Dot is what I meant to say. Form. There we go. Now we come back in here and make a form directory. I'm really just trying to copy this. Let's close everything else. Trying to copy this architecture, if you want to call it, here. So this is the storyline new screen. Go ahead and rename that internally also. And the compiler will tell us, wait, what? Oh my God. Plot point. I think these are the names I want to use, but I guess I am still confusing myself. So maybe they're not the best names, or maybe I just need to get used to them. It is something that I always keep in mind. I'm not sure if this needs to be in an extension anymore. I'll just call it plot point action bar. And that can go inside the form folder. You can hide it away in there. There we go. Now we're starting to match this layout here. Let's make the plot point form. And what's this going to have in it? I guess not all that much for now. Look, I want to call plot point stories and still keep storylines named the same thing. Needs the ID. What if we don't have an ID yet? Maybe those can appear once they start typing in something. This is a little bit of a wrinkle that we don't necessarily have on this screen. Like, we don't actually create the new one, so we don't have the ID until we actually click save. But writing, we wanted to keep it very fluid, so maybe we do need to create one in the database right away, or we could at least do it in an on disappear, I guess. Huh. I was not expecting this wrinkle. And this is also like, because if it's in its own tab, then we don't need to save and dismiss anyway. So I think that's what I was trying to say earlier of we don't necessarily need to don't necessarily want to be want to be so disciplined with how we approach this, because these two tasks are kind of a little bit more entwined than it may seem at first glance. So with the risk of messing everything all up, I will start with that. So where are my tabs? And let's see, do we have like a good pencil? We do. That. Not exactly sure where to put this. This is still very kind of exploratory. I think through my fingers, not through a pencil sometimes. Um, yeah, let's just put text here out of a navigation stack, I guess. Oh yeah, we don't have this ID necessarily yet. Yeah, so I feel like my navigation is like when I click on this, instead of it navigating forward, I want it to show up in the right. I guess that means it needs a shared navigation object. And does our navigation model track of which tab we're on? I mean, I guess actually all this stuff goes in the right tab. Like the the story, this is only about navigating the relation between the plot points, I guess, actually. So I guess we need our own tabs. And what to be has no initializers. I guess, yeah, we'll default it to story, I guess. And then we want to hook everything all up. Which I think means I can remove this from down here. This becomes environment object. get it out of the environment instead of creating a new one. I guess for the preview, we need to provide one. And I guess actually, we don't need that there, huh? Oh, this is getting a little tricky. I don't know if I'm ready to do that rename yet. Let's see. So if we click on a storyline, we want to set the current tab equal to right, and we want to set the current story ID, perhaps. How do we want to do this vertical navigation? Are these going to be navigation paths? Kind of managing our own stack. Hmm. But append. I guess if there's something there already, I'm not sure. I guess we'll have to wait and see how it goes. Okay, so if I run this, click on this, nothing happens. Okay, so it didn't didn't swap over. Did we get to here though? Let's see, let's put a breakpoint. I guess we didn't get to here. Oh, because that's even the wrong one. Okay. Try this again. Okay, well, we got to here. And it didn't swap the tabs. Oh, because I'm not, okay. Selection. So this is nav dot tab. I think this might be the other way. I think the $sign goes this way, even though the autocomplete suggested the other one. And again, And again, tab items. This needs a called like a tab ID or something. That's just the label, but it also needs model.tab. I'm gonna have to look this up in a second if this isn't right. Yeah, it keeps bouncing back. Like, what's the deal? I know I've done this before. How did I do it? Let's see. I've done this in Haptic Studio. So let's open up that project. So here's my root tab view. I guess in here I haven't been. Oh, I do something when we click on it. Tag. It's tag, not ID. Okay, so let's try that. Okay, so at least this works again. Okay, so it switches to the right. It switches to the right tab now. That's cool. So we might need to drop down that later, so let's not close it just yet. And I think we're not using this one anymore, but it might crash. Okay, it doesn't crash. Make it crash? Oh, it doesn't make it crash either. Okay, cool. Okay, so that simplifies this a little bit. Okay, so let's get that all hooked up then. This needs to be a $1 maybe. Oh, we got here we go. So it has this back button. Which I'm not happy about. Yeah, so if I guess what I want is think what I want is a list of plot point IDs. Have it equal to empty list. So then if you go to the right screen, you click right, it shows whatever's there. If you click it again, it'll do the same thing as scrolling would do. It's going to like create a new one. This is coming together, the concept. Slowly, slowly. And do I call this a navigation path? This really only wants to be plot points, I think. Only for writing in this tab. So it's kind of a navigation path and it's kind of not, right? Guess what I'm trying to say is something like that. Oh, that's yeah, something like that. If there's nothing here, we want to show the plot point new screen. Otherwise, other way around. We have a last, we want to show the plot point edit screen. Hey, welcome to the channel Compile Swift. I am more than ready for some shell Swift coding. How goes it? It's going well, man. Or going well. I'm redoing my navigation. It used to be when you clicked on a plot point in your journal, it would go to it would navigate like normally, but I want it to like go to the other tab. I want if you want to like start writing, you just click the right button, or to go back to the thing that you're working on, you click the right button, and then you're right back to where you were. Your to-dos will show up here, and then the whole storyline of your life is here. And I guess to-dos. The whole point of the app is that to-dos don't happen in isolation. Like to-dos are modifications or suggestions of something that you want to change in the story of your life. And so it's kind of, you need the story of your life to do it. Yeah, act will gather all the to-dos. Write will be for journaling. Storyline will be just like the plot points weave together. We'll have circles and arrows and lines and all that here. We're getting there slowly. Compile Swift says, nice. Navigation can be a delight when it does what you want. And it can be a pain in the butt when it doesn't. I hear you there. Love the calendar drag UI. Oh, thank you so much. Let's see. So we started the app. We click right. Yeah, we get the new screen. If we say continuing new nav experiment. First cap when I click save here. Hopefully it saved something. It's like it didn't. Well, I'm still here. So then, now if I click on this, wait, where's all my other stories? Megan Dust, hey, welcome back. Good to see you. Hey, how are you? I'm doing well. We are playing around with navigation, chilling, doing some live coding. Beautiful Sunday afternoon in New York City. Just a slight cloud cover, not too hot, too cold. Yeah, so this is doing its job of swapping us back to here. Oh, I guess it's getting the last one. I guess if we want to go here direct, we want to go to, if we want to edit one directly, maybe that doesn't go in the right tab. Maybe it stays in here. Maybe it's a pop-up here. But if we do a pop-up, then it's going to be hard to. I mean, I want to make these like get to your to-dos, get to writing, like whenever you like. This whole point of a tab bar is that it's kind of always visible. Compile Swift says, joining the chill mood and refactoring a bunch of my code that I've been avoiding. Smiley face. Right on. Yeah, at some point I'd be curious to hear about what you're working on. I think I kind of painted myself in a corner here with this idea, because now how do I get to a previous one? This isn't the edit screen. This is just the this is the new screen, but with the same items still on it. Compile Swift says, this weekend I've been working on some Sprite Kit games. Time to refactor the working code. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's funny. Programming games was kind of what motivated me to get into programming, and I have not published a game. I started making more utility-focused apps, I guess. If I put a breakpoint here and I click on it, do these breakpoints like work? I click here. Yeah, it still thinks it needs to go to the new screen. That's interesting. Oh. Oh. Where's my navigation model? Yeah, because I'm appending to the route. What I actually want to do is point IDs dot append a new element. Compile Swift says, yeah, every so often I like to put my apps aside and do some game dev. My brain working on different things and learn. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, here's all the million times I clicked save. Now if I click on one, okay, now we get to the edit screen. Yeah, so this is the edit screen now. And oh, that's funny. Like my scroll view is not scroll viewing. I can get to here. When I swipe down, not going to the next one. When I and obviously like this is all disconnected now. Well, why is my scroll view not scroll viewing? We have the navigation stack. We have the story map screen. We have our columns. Have our V stack here. Because this is lazy, do I need to make this not lazy? Oh, I just make it not lazy, then it's fine, I guess. Obviously, we want to keep the titles pinned, but that's not it's not a high priority right now. I'm gonna get this nav idea working. Maybe the storylines thing becomes a pop-up again. Compile Swift says, are you thinking of using pinch to zoom in and out to see a bigger picture of the timeline? You got it. I eventually, of course, do want to zoom in to see like by hour or zoom out to see by month or by year. That is definitely something I would like to do. It's in my notes somewhere, but probably not going to get to that today. It says compile Swift. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool idea. Although I guess Apple kind of did it first in their Photos UI. You can like pinch in and out there. Back in iOS 6, I believe that came out with a collection view. So we'll see how far we get. Well, I'm feeling a little lost here. So we click here to write. We're editing, and then we want to make a new one. We had a new idea. Then what do? We click right again. We click right while we're on right. It should go to the end, make a new plot point. And if I swipe up, it should go to the previous one. Or do I have to like go back to the story to go to the previous one? No, I would. It's like yeah, you want to swipe back up to see where you just were, 100%. Maybe I need to like write stuff down so that it try to make it make sense. So given where story tab, when tapping on plot point, then I edit that. Given where uh, on a plot point, when swipe up, then previous plot point chronologically. Given or on plot point, when I swipe down, same thing, but next, see the next plot point chronologically. Given we're on a plot point, when I the right button on the tab bar, then new plot point is created. Or then I go to the new plot point screen. Which I guess, creates one now, so it's going to be the last. I guess we could also maintain like a forward and back. It's like if we're on something from last week, we want to create a new one. We write our note down real quick right now, and we click back to get back to where we were. That might be something. Okay, so I think I guess this helps kind of guide what I'm trying to say. But I guess I'm still uncertain on how to implement this. I'm not quite sure how to track a swipe up or swipe down here. Because I guess the text view itself is scrollable. I guess we can check the Google. SwiftUI on something from SwiftUI 3. Compile Swift says maybe use gesture detection on the top level of the view. Huh. Level of the view. Yeah, that's tricky, isn't it? I wonder if we can just turn off scrolling on the text view. But then what if you wrote something like really long on Mac, you come back to iOS, and it kind of scrolls off screen, and now you can't even see it. That would be unfortunate. Compile Swift says so you can track it there and then pass on down to the scroll view as needed. Maybe. Oh. Or maybe you just like swipe on the sides. That's gonna be hard to communicate regardless. Let's see. So if I'm on the plot point edit screen, swipe gesture. Yeah, let's just fill out this stuff and see what we get. This might be a little funky on ended. Ended. Compile Swift says, yeah, I was going to say swiping on the sides might also be hard to communicate. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to like basically make a TikTok journaling app or Instagram. Like when you want to make a new entry, you just swipe and then you type. You mark the storylines that paragraph is a part of, and then you swipe down again. Get all your. I guess this is how I type on my phone with my thumbs. I wonder if we did this with like a collection view in UI Kit instead of what what I'm trying to do here. We might need a little bit more a little bit more help than what SwiftUI can give us to do this. Because yeah, we want it to kind of, as you swipe up, just like on TikTok, you kind of start to see like a new screen down there. Or you swipe up, you start to see the previous text. Dragon Dust says, why not put in two buttons in the navigation bar with an arrow up and down, like in the Mail app? Yeah, I guess that would be good to sort of see if it's a good idea or not. I mean, like, that's what I did here on the map screen. I'm just like, I obviously want to like do an infinite scroll, and I just want to get something to work for now, so I can like, yes, I know that this is a good idea. I know I want to be able to go all the way back and then jump to today. So yeah, I think you have a point there. Compile also says, oh yeah, I know. Saw a video on something similar for images the other day. probably adapt since it's all just views. Let me try and find it. Oh, this is me scrolling in my head. Oh, we get the drag gesture over here too, but not when we scroll down. Oh, cool. We swipe over and down versus just. Let's put a lot of text in this one. Oops. That. A copy. Clear the console. Yeah, so we can, I guess we got a little bit of a swipe there. Software update while I'm streaming. Okay. We'll get one right at the beginning of a scroll. If we scroll right then down, we get a whole bunch. I also says, I think it was towards the end of this one, but the fantastic Stuart Lynch drags between views, which I think is what you might be describing. Star, star, star. Yeah, maybe drop the link in Discord. Links are blocked on Twitch for spammers. You can put another button, two more buttons in here, I guess. Oh, we definitely want these to be bordered. Gets a little squished there. Let's I make these like up arrows. Yeah, that'll fit. Put a spacer back in. Yeah, they can do that to replace swiping for now. We could put two new methods on our navigation model. They like just the next one and previous one chronologically. Or we could do that lookup in here and then just tell the nav model like go there. But I guess we do want that kind of that swiping motion. Um, Compile so said try to post in Discord, but won't let me post anything. That's good. I don't know what. Let's see. How do I check the settings? Sorry about that. Yeah, I see you just joined in the Discord. Click. Yeah, that's all correct. I'm not sure why you're not able to type anything. That's fascinating. I just DM'd you, so maybe we can troubleshoot this afterwards. Hopefully DMs work. Everyone can channel and send messages in chat, so I'm not sure what you're seeing. Don't mean to cause any trouble. Yeah, let's go to our navigation model, try to do these. Or is this something that this screen should handle by itself? Geometry reader. Says towards the end. This video, I'm going to try to clarify what a geometry reader is. We'll compare geometry readers to other container views. I'm not sure which part you wanted to highlight there. Rolling image view. You're doing nested geometry reader. Oh, that's cool. That doesn't really like lock though. It's just like, it seems like he's doing like a smooth scrolling. I think they call it like paged or something. Whoa. Whoa, that's cool. A lot. Huh. Compile Swift says, so you could swipe up to show what you need. Yeah, I think. Yeah, so we want like a. Sounds like we need to do something in here. This is to plug it in. Up, can hit on screen. You're recording. Oh, cool. Yeah, so if we have title this to entries. So if we have entry buttons at the, I guess, phone, if we have like entry buttons, I mean, I guess the thing we want to make it like appear like entry button. Is that even readable? And then the iPhone is kind of like wanted to sort of like simulate it kind of scrolling up and down, whether we swipe or if we're hitting like up and down buttons like Dragon Dust suggested. How can I make this a little bit more clear? Actual. Yes, it's like how's it gonna animate though? Like I guess we could have like 3 always loaded up and then just kind of swap them out as the animation happens. So something like yeah, kind of just like what I have on screen, and then next. So given we're looking at what we see here, when we click next, then yeah, it'll scroll up. And then we kind of redraw the screen after we scroll, so we have a new next and previous. ready to. Yeah, we'll have like a scroll view with like 3 things in it, maybe. So I guess we need like an easy way to get the previous one chronologically, the next one chronologically. I know, let's just do like some random ones, I guess. Failed. Right, because find these yet, so let's just comment these out for now. Oh, because they're not loaded. We could get a like a with previous and next. Like this with plot point could just load more things out of the database. And I guess it'd be optional since they're not guaranteed to be there. And what's your problem? Function types cannot have argument labels. Oh, that sucks. It means we have to like document it. We can't just use variable names. I guess this is kind of a lot of like infrastructure just to test something out. I wonder if there's like another way we could test this idea out. Yeah, let's undo all this. We have to. This is this is too much of a commitment for something we don't even know we're gonna like yet. Swift says, "Yeah, I hear you. How many times do we have to make a bunch of stuff to test a theory?" I mean, this whole app is a theory that's been bouncing around my head for a while. I haven't found an app that does this yet. I think I really want it because I keep trying to make other apps do this and they don't. Yeah, so I guess the right screen is fairly empty right now. Comment all that jazz out, and we could say something like scroll view with full rectangles. Purple and pink. Okay, that's all. Then do we need geometry reader here? You do a geometry reader on the inside of his scroll? Just outside of it. Okay. Reader. So or mostly about the height, I guess. Height. Okay, so they're there. Next. A dot load. Oh, so we need a scroll view reader. And on load, we can say scroll view reader dot scroll to current. Cool. So we can kind of see a hint of the previous one. We can kind of see. We don't quite see a hint of the other one. Let's see. So let's go back. Yeah, we don't. We can kind of see the pink through it, through the tab bar, but not really. But okay. So then I think I want to like. Like I don't want to like force a full on scroll. It's like once we get going, like go to the next one. And then like load in another one. Is that a state? Do you need to like have all the colors in a list in memory? And like when we swipe down, we want to like redo these or something. These are not identifiable, so you might have a problem there. I guess we need some more. Let's do like a green. I guess another one out in front. So if that's like our database, let's all colors. We say the current one is purple 600. Then on load, we want to fill in the previous and next, and we want to show these down here. So we're going to say like, I guess let's just assume that these are here already. Again, just kind of trying to test out this idea. Then like when yeah, this is still not quite the right, like this is like takes forever to scroll. It just wants to be like more like TikTok or Instagram where it's like swipe a little bit and you get to the next one and then we like load in the next one after that. I mean, I guess this is essentially like how to best like lazy load these things. Yeah, because if we didn't have these in a scroll view, we had like there's a way to like make the scroll view like not scrollable. Yeah, I guess that turns off the scrolling. Uh, Compile Swift says, don't think so, since that's kind of the point of it. Interested to know if you find a way, though. I guess scroll disabled true seem to disable scrolling altogether. Like it, it doesn't scroll anymore. But I don't know if that really, I don't know if that really gets me to where I'm trying to go, though. And again, where I'm trying to go is trying to make like a basically an infinite scroll where it kind of locks into place. What else does scroll view reader give us? Open up the documentation. You want to just prevent scroll temporarily? I don't think so. I think I'm trying to make it like page so that it like locks into place. Like you start getting into the next one, where you swipe far enough and it like locks in. And this only gives us a scroll to. Scans all scroll views contained by the proxy for the first one with a child view with identifier and then scrolls to that view. Let's see. The documentation said we could use. Wait a minute. It seemed to say we could use on change of. Did I misread it? Instead, your scroll view reader receives an instance. Use actions within this view builder, such as button and gesture handlers, or the on change of method. Yeah, so we have an on. How are we supposed to use on change of with a scroll view reader? We use actions within this view builder, such as button and gesture handlers, or the on change of method. How do I actually listen to scrolling then? Here's how to disable scrolling. Scroll view reader's content view builder receives a proxy. You use the proxy scroll to perform scrolling. Okay, but how do I listen to scrolling? This is very bare bones, Apple. Really wish there was a little bit more information here. Oh, or maybe maybe we have to use like an on appear on a spacer. Okay, let's joke. It appeared already, but I put you at the end. At the end, and it says it appeared already. Compile Swift said sent you a Discord with some code. Oh, cool. Let's check it out. Tab view for onboarding. So switch to the tabs via swiping. Maybe that will help you. Not sure if it does vertical, but you can get it to act like pages. Oh, there's a view style. This in the documentation. What's yeah. L command paste. Enter. specification for the appearance of tab view. Implements paged scrolling tab view. Oh, I didn't. I literally did not know that SwiftUI had this. And and there's no information about it. Isn't that amazing? So is this like is this going to make tabs at the bottom? I can have a tab view inside of my tab view. Compile Swift says, I know sounds weird to think of tabs as paging, but it works. No, it doesn't display tab controls. Oh. But either way, I think this is sideways though, right? When it goes sideways through time? That might work. I really wanted to go TikTok through time, but sideways, I mean, if that's what we have, we can always make it better later, right? I've not tried vertical. Yeah, okay, so let's see what we get. Say goodbye to all those things. Okay, I think we're basically clean now. And then oh, it's just continue. Okay, so try tab view off this thing. Try a tab view style of page. Ah, yeah, that's exactly what I want. And then, so if we're swiping through like this through time, yeah, if I put it in H stack, then there's no tabulating. Let's print next on appear. Okay, so it didn't get to there yet. When we get to the middle one, next gets the on appear. And it only happens once. So if we're swiping through time, like this is definitely, I do want this I do want this paging thing. There was another option I saw on here. This index play mode. What's this? Oh, I think that's just whether or not to show this thing or not. Always or never. File Swift says you can probably access the tab index via code, the loop, or whatever you need. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how to proceed. So I guess how do we want to go next from here? We want to go when we get to the end. We want to sort of push everything over one. We want to say previous equals current, current equals next, next equals, I guess the item after is going to be, let's not think too hard about it. I'm going to hard code it. I really just want to see like how the state interacts with all this. Yeah, so I guess to actually try this out, we do need to kind of implement this for real. Current is current. And then next will be, I guess, dollars dot x after index of its first index. Current. Looks like it might be working. So let's continue on with this. This is after index. And how does this thing work? Actually, don't need to say that. We can just write that in. Let's do the same thing for previous. A way to make like the middle one selected. Oops. Roll. Hmm. Definitely broke something there. Okay. But it did load the middle one. That was cool. Do it. Did I call it previous? We're on blue. Not expecting that. I think this on appear must have triggered all. I think we need print lines here to just see what's triggering. Yeah, it triggers for free on the beginning. We go next. We can't go further. Huh. Kind of works. Not really. Kind of sometimes does something, but not really. Maybe there's another way we can look this up. Aged. Oh, I use a tab view to build a vertical paging. Oh, exactly what I'm trying to do. And they're using colors just like I'm trying to do. Yeah, that's sideways. That's cool. After rotating the tab view. Oh. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Now you have a vertically paging tab view. Huh. I guess this is like constant though. Like I'm trying to simulate like lazily loading because we don't want to load everything into memory at once. Not going to be a good time. Oh, but we could do it by IDs. If we load all the IDs, no, I mean at some point, if you have like you're gonna have like 10,000 IDs, like that's at some point it's still something that does have to be lazily loaded. But anyway, let's play with this. Let's get this going. So here's the tab view. Doesn't keep track of the selection. Okay. That's the frame of the tab view. Rotation effect and a frame for each of the colors. Remove this stuff. Okay, fine. Call this. Oh, still want to call this screen. Still want to call this screen. This business. I have double frame. Take off the one. Yeah, that's still kind of going sideways. Rotation effect minus 90. Oh, then there's a. Did miss a few. Okay. Hey, look at that. Oh, that's so cool. Now how do we do the lazy loading? That is so cool. Just said nice. Thanks. And like any programming victory, haste is short-lived. Ready. Next problem is up here of what's next. how how do, how are we gonna lazy load this stuff? Are we going to make this, well, these are, I guess we can just put like text view here. Say, oh, my fingers are off. Back. Have text editors on these things. I have it backwards. Direction does the Z stack go? Each successive subview a higher Z axis. We need like padding or something. And I can see the outsides. I can scroll on the sides to scroll down. Not quite scroll in the middle. And scroll in that in-between spot. Huh. I'm gonna have to try it out like on a real device to see if this is like enough space or not. Like we could also do like adding dot horizontal, like something like really big, have like plenty of room in the gutter. Al Swift says, "Take the win when you can get it." Absolutely. It doesn't look like 24 padding. Oh, because I'm only doing it on the one. Yeah, is it time for a for loop here? Oh, this stuff. What's nice about this is we don't need to like scroll to an ID. You can take off this ID. Not sure about the tag here. Yeah, so we get extra spacing on the sides. Wait, why are they all pink? Oh, because it's oops. Okay. There we go. Now it loops through all of them. Now we just need to figure out how to load them lazily. But that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool, Mr. Very Toke Man. Okay, so we have enough here where this is a cool UI. Make it a real UI, we need be able to start in the middle. We need an actual tab selection. These have any kind of text associated with them. Description, they do. Okay. You say tab selection, red 100. Call this one in the middle, purple 100.description. And for each of these, we have a tag of color.description. Hopefully this works. Not quite. Oh, we didn't hook up tab selection. Does that need to be $? It does. Run it again. Oh, look, we started on purple. Let's leave it on green, go away, come back. Okay, so it stays where it was. That's cool. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I guess let's commit this. Oh man, there's so much going on here. Vertical scrolling text field creation. I guess we could leave off lazy loading till later. I don't know. I feel like I do need to figure out something though. Or should we do those? Yeah, so we're on green. Nothing next. We can go previous, previous. And then when we get to here, we want to load more stuff, right? So how do we know when this has been loaded? I guess we could look at the on change of tab selection. change. Let's just print the new value for now. Oh, cool. Okay, so and when do we want to load more stuff? I guess basically right away. For on green, we scroll back. For on green, we scroll back to pink. We want to load 2 more items and unload green. I'm just trying to make this like as a toy example as possible to get this to work. So if the new value equals loaded colors dot not last but second to last. How do we do second to last? The thing. Oh, dot description. That didn't break. Is that is that allowed? Index out of range. Yeah, okay. Oh, it just sees an integer, and so that's why it compiles. List of list.count -1 -2. Okay. So this is when we want to load more. And when we want to load more subsequent ones is, I guess, what. Well, I guess let's just do one at a time, right? As soon as I say that, I just keep loaded colors. Compile Swift says, time for me to focus on some work. Good luck and thanks for a great stream. I'll check out the VODs to see if the code was kind. Smiling. Well, thanks so much for stopping by and thanks for the help. And I'll see you in Discord. Good luck with your work. Have fun. You too. Okay, so let's define these functions. All right, I have to say description. I could add a default into the here. I thought I wrote a maybe. Where's my utils? Was it only in tests? Yeah, I do have one. Where did I define that? Won't give it to me. Here it is. Oh, I did. I did move it in tests. Okay, I guess this should be in some kind of util package or something. I guess I'll put it in core for now. And then go for load previous. I guess we have the current one here in tab selection. Or we could even pass that in here. We want to say loaded colors equals self.allColors. How do I do this? I guess this is going to be like a slice, right? Let's find the current index. Oh, I guess it's like first. And we'll force unwrap that since we know that it's in there. And then all colors, this one's to be like one before and one after current. So what's that gonna? That's gonna be something like that. and make an array out of it. This is next anyway, which is yes, we got the call to load prev. Load prev didn't do anything. Is it actually just the same? Guess so. Kind of all the same method to like keep things up to date. Yeah, let's see how this works, and then we'll try refactoring it. On green. Oh, it didn't update. We only got the 3. That's the problem with using like these R's is let's use this reload method. Let's just call this every time. Middle, full, blue. Yeah, negative. Nice. Okay. Sweet. So we just need to handle that, but this is pretty sweet. Yeah, so we've shown that yeah, this approach works. We just need to protect, make sure we're not out of range or not. The valid index of the collection. I must be greater than the start index. So this is returning we have to still have to check this, I guess. If it's less than the start index, we want to say something different, I guess. Guess we'll just kind of limit these things so they don't go out of bounds. But I just did a protection, right? Out of bounds, but I just did a protection. If next index bigger than all colors end index, then limit it. Oh, I think we have to do it before we ask it. We just have to rearrange if end index. Start index. I guess we have to kind of do it in this direction because this down here is giving the wrong number. After. Oh, come on. Used to be a It's kind of working, but also not really. Current index is the start index. And I guess the leftmost bound should be the start index. If it's not, we want to go to the one before. Rearrange this. Kind of match exactly what documentation says. And lower index, low index, high index. Yeah, I feel like that's supposed to be dots there. Every time I do that, I get an error. Yeah, why why is this crashing here? Are we going to index out of range here? Like this should just be 4 then. Like I don't understand. Our index is less than the end index. That's great. Now when I go this way, still thinks the current index is less than the end index. Fine. But it's somehow not fine. Next, when it goes to grab it, it doesn't doesn't come through. Okay, let's step through this one more time. Okay, the current index is 4. Is that true? 0, 4. And somehow 4 is less than all colors.end index? What is this? Five. That's just the count, bro. That's just the count. That's not the last index. Okay, well, I guess that's the problem then. Our index works. Why is end index the same as the count? That's a freaking lie. Okay, so this should be count minus 1. And let's do it without the breakpoints. What? Oh, because this side. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, we're not going to, it's going to be slightly different nuances when we get this stuff out of the database. I'm fine kind of doing this nitty gritty because I just really want to see it work. Oh, that is gorgeous. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's so cool. Kind of unfortunate that end index doesn't quite work the way I wanted, but that's fine. But that works because this tab selection here keeps track of the current ID. That's so cool. This is so cool. Okay. I think it's time to do the reading. Oh. Yeah, so every stream we do a reading from the Creative Act by Rick Rubin. Today the section self-doubt. He writes, self-doubt lives in all of us. While we may wish it gone, it is there to serve us. Flaws are human, and the attraction of art is the humanity held in it. If we were machine-like, the art wouldn't resonate. It would be soulless. With life comes pain, insecurity, and fear. I guess that's true. We're all different and we're all imperfect, and all the imperfections are what make us, each of us, and our work interesting. We create pieces reflective of who we are, and if insecurity is part of who we are, then our work will have a greater degree of truth in it as a result. The making of art is not a competitive act. Our work is representative of the self. You would be amiss to say, I'm not up to the challenge. Yes, you may need to deepen your craft to fully realize your vision, but you're not up to it. No one else can do it. Only you can. You're the only one with your voice. The people who choose to do art, many times, the most vulnerable. There are singers considered among the best in the world who can't bring themselves to listen to their own voice, and these are not rare exceptions. Many artists in different arenas have similar issues. The sensitivity that allows them to make the art, the same vulnerability that makes them more tender to being judged. Still, many continue to share their work and risk criticism in spite of this. It's as if they have no other choice. Being an artist is who they are, and they are made whole through self-expression. If a creator is so afraid of judgment that they're unable to move forward, it might be that the desire to share their work isn't as strong as the desire to protect themselves. Perhaps art isn't their role. Their temperament might serve a different pursuit. This path is not for everyone. Adversity is part of the process. We are not obligated to follow this calling because we have a talent or skill. It's worth remembering that we are blessed to get to create. It's a privilege. We're choosing it. We're not being ordered to do this. We'd rather not do it. Let's not do it. Some successful artists are deeply insecure, self-sabotaging, struggling with addiction, or facing other obstacles to making and sharing their work. An unhealthy self-image or hardship in life can fuel great art, creating a deep well of insight and emotion for an artist to draw from. They can also get in the way of the artist being able to make many things over a long period of time. People who are particularly challenged in this sense generally can't produce creative work over and over again. Isn't because they're not artistically capable, but because they were only able to break through their own issues one or two times and share great work. Ooh, that's interesting. One of the reasons so many great artists die of overdoses early in their lives because they're using drugs to numb a very painful existence. The reason it's painful is the reason they became artists in the first place. Their incredible sensitivity. If you see tremendous beauty or tremendous pain where other people see little or nothing at all, you're confronted with big feelings all the time. Yes. These emotions can be confusing and overwhelming when those around you don't see what you see and feel what you feel. This can lead to a sense of isolation and a general feeling of not belonging, of otherness. These charged emotions, powerful when expressed in the work, are the same dark clouds that beg to be numbed, to allow sleep, or to get out of bed and face the day in the morning. It's a blessing and a curse. Ooh. Man, that was a big one. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is right on time. Because I guess those of you in Discord saw my message yesterday of, yeah, I I have a lot of self-doubt about when I compare myself to other streamers, and I'm kind of returning to the basics of the stream of I'm just a dude sharing my just my Sunday afternoon coding session. Here it is, take it or leave it. And there's so much to respond to here. This was kind of a longer one. I guess in the beginning he says flaws are human and imperfection. I don't I don't really like that concept of imperfection. Um I just think everything is what it is. Like a tree isn't trying to be a right angle. It isn't trying to be a perfect circle around. It's being a tree. It doesn't make sense to compare a circle to a tree trunk. Um, yeah, a perfect circle just doesn't exist in nature. Like the idea of perfection, I think, is mostly harmful when applied to people. Um, I guess it kind of makes sense in sports where that's the fun of it, of like perfectly hitting a bullseye or perfectly hitting a 3-point shot. But I mean, that's not generally not what art is about, um, as he talks about in this chapter. What's interesting? Yeah, he says art is not a competitive act. Exactly. It's it's your ability at that time with all the emotions going into that performance that makes the performance. And he talks about artists that like self-sabotage with their own addictions because they're numbing something. Like, yeah, being a sensitive person means you're seeing great beauty or seeing like great ugliness or pain in the world and no one else can see it and it feels othering, and so you need to do something with that. You gotta like distract yourself with movie or with drugs or with something. Like the brain just can't handle that much all the time. It has to do something else. And then it's also real interesting how he says like sometimes an artist can like share something from themselves and other times they can't. And that doesn't make them a bad artist. That's just their sensitivity. Um there was that one painting, I think it was called like the Star, um where it was like the only piece of work that this artist worked on for like all their life. And it was just like paint built up. Because it was like years and years of paint. It was actually like a 3D painting, even though it was all just paint. Um, yeah, yeah. Sometimes, sometimes, as he says, they they were only able to break through their own issues one or two times and share great work because of their sensitivity. Yeah, this has been such a helpful book. Like it really lines up with my current thinking about art and what I'm doing, like making apps. Uh, yeah, this bit on self doubt was right on time. Cool. But coming back to here, we got this working with fake colors. I think it might be time to get this to work with real items. Um, and I guess this really should just be just the chronological feed of all of the items. Um, and if I click on one, it'll go to that one, but everything else will still kind of be around it. Okay, so if we go to here, yeah, so we don't need to have all of the plot points, just the current ID. And I guess this could be null. If it's null, it'd be like no one's written anything yet. If it's null, it's gonna go like to the new. I think we could do better than that. We could do an enum. I don't want to rely on something being null. Um, think we need to make this really case. I guess it'll default to new. Yeah, it's going to default to new. And we click on something in the story screen, set this route here. On the right screen, I'll call this the color screen for now, I guess, because I want to remake this. Oh, I forgot to switch the screen back. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, so what did I show that would have been missed? I guess I was just kind of scrolling through the right screen here, showing that it works as expected. Oh, this is a nav the route edit. Yeah, we're not using that yet. That's, well, I guess we can. Go. Well, it's it's showing new. Um, Yeah, so now if I click on one, yeah, it loads up correctly. Yeah, so now we need to provide the one surrounding it as well. Um, oh man. Um, guess with previous and next plot points. Basically, a version of this that we were working on earlier on stream. Now we know exactly what we want it to do. Um, yeah, I guess this is going to be. It's going to have to be. What's it? Oh, Hey everybody, well, for sticking around on this beautiful Sunday. We had figured out how to do this vertical scrolling thing with infinite scroll that we wanted to do with colors in an array, and now we're going to actually do it with real stuff, I guess. We just make this codable and then we do that for go. And how do we get the ones that are just one past it and just one prior to it? This is how we get the one, and then once we get this, then do we look at the date and try to get the one with the date smallest possible afterwards? Or is there a way to do this all in one query? We're able to do it all as one query. The unit test would help though. Okay. Pixie app. And this test case. Test that it works, I guess. Test when previous and next exist. I guess I also want to test empty. So for example, if we empty base queue database dot drive, which rows. Dukes, hey, welcome back. Hope you're doing good as well. WWDC is tomorrow, yes. 1 p.m. New York City time, 10 p.m. time. Probably going to see the AR headset, or saying. Oh, this is not telling. This isn't really being used yet. I'm trying to get the clear. I'm going to head out for now. Okay, cool. What are you looking forward to tomorrow, Tukes? Test. A path. Okay, so in previous and next, this I guess we'll use. And what fixtures? Plot points. I guess I guess we'll need some more, huh? I guess we could do like theme dates or just for fixture data. Um, um, I don't even remember what we. YouTube's not gonna be the date that it was. I guess I can check in. Good 9/5/20. Remember what we did. Let's add two. Yeah, here we go. As for the current one, we might say, or maybe I can just do the XCT of here. Let's cool. To start on this, we want to assert result. Oh, this is not. Yeah, okay. It's returning. Not doing that yet all yet. So this is going to blow up. It's not going to pass, but we can at least have our test set up and ready to go. Result that. Guess I should be using assert equal, not double equal. Oh, I just need the. Yeah, okay. I guess we'll do previous be kind of in chronological order, and this is. Yeah, I guess. And okay, so this should blow up. Yeah, it does. When it yet. Cool. So let's see if we can do it. Tabs. Head over to here. How are we going to do this? I do it as like 3 separate queries. Or do I want to do this like with straight SQL instead of trying to figure out the ESL here? Worth it. Okay, how do I how do I get the Doesn't have the fixtures in it. Um, it got printed like 5 times. That's probably a problem. But until then, um, connection new. Where's site? Port. Valid URL. Okay. And then the whole thing goes away. Okay. Connection new equal line 8. Cool. Net. I have a whole bunch of crap in here. When I hit enter so many times. Um, uh, give these different names just for the sake of being able to tell them apart. I wrote D and then I hit enter and it changed to a. And if I hit save, how do I? Maybe. Just have to edit in here. C. I see a C there. I hit enter. It changes to a B. I hit save and it goes away. So I can't edit here. Okay, so this might be a little rough. When I select one by a X literal to didn't quite work. Okay, this is one problem with using UUIDs. Is how do I select by an ID? Okay, well, let's go by. Well, the titles are the same too, and I'm allowed to edit. Yeah, I guess we can kind of use the date as an ID for now. We want to get the one after and the one before. Okay, so that's at least syntactically correct. And how do I do multiple widths? These need to be in parens. Oh, okay, so that's syntactically correct now. And I to beautiful. We want to limit one. We want to order ending where the greater than eight. No such column current date. Ambiguous column name date. Oh, okay. This should be plot point dot date. That's true. Ambiguous. You are right. Previous one is, or the date is less than the current dot date. So this might have to be ascending. Yeah, there we go. Do the same thing, but we're going to reverse these two. Greater than and descending. And because they're kind of terrible names, it's hard to actually know if this is correct or not. Now, how do I list all three? That's everything from previous. Oh, maybe I can do union. There we go. Okay. Probably want to put current in the middle. State descending. Oh, it is. Okay, cool. Here's our query. I have no idea how I would do that with the DLL. I know it was trying to be helpful, but that's here we want to say I question mark. Cool. So yeah, so this but now how do I map this to that? All plot points, and they're just ordered in a row. I do want to kind of give them names, right? Oh, but if one of them isn't there, like it could be empty, right? Yeah, like how does this behave if we grab this date here? No previous one. Yeah, I guess yeah. Okay, so yeah, so it's just not there. Okay, so we do need these named. We can't just well, I guess the one in the middle, the ID that matches, right? So it could do something like that to inspect them. I wonder if there's something else we could. Let's look at the GRDB document. think there's a way to do it where you can do like a prefix on something to like group things. Yeah, not associations. Turns a cursor an array of records identified by the keys. I kind of remember it was in the old document. Not necessarily called associated data. It was called oh, this just goes to here. Scope adapter is a row adapter that defines a row. I think what I want. way too weird. This is just by column, though. Yeah, so over here, yeah, we can't do star as. It's like name every single column. That feels bad. Yeah, so maybe instead of trying to, yeah, if we order by date, then the current one will be in the middle. So then we can infer the other ones from that, perhaps. Then this will be ID. Is this part is fixed though? Yeah, okay, cool. So what are the three options? Is they're all there, or there's only only one there, or none there, right? So we got none, then we return nil. Case one, then hopefully that's the current one. This is going to be the interesting one. We'll just return null by default, I guess. Oh, this needs to return. Okay, so there's two things here. I think that if the first item is the idea that we're looking for, that means that's the current one. That means this is nil row. Okay, let's try running our test. Don't conk on me now. Code. A lot of work. Code. Try putting Xcode. Putting it in. Okay. Okay, let's run the test. Well, at least it didn't happen at the beginning of the stream. Oh man, that's the worst when you just go to test and code says not today. I usually have to like restart my whole computer for that. Yeah, build succeeds. And nothing in the log, it just spins away. We can delete here, we can try this. Try removing the data. All the normal resets. Seems like code gets bored. Run a clean completed. Those are missing. I think that means we need to versions. Okay. Now let's try to run the test. Good. Oh, it's stuck. You're stuck. Good you are. Now we can try resetting this. Device contents and settings. While we wait for that, we can set up our next couple. Oh, it's done already. Okay. Watch it get stuck again. we'll just set up these tests and yeah, it's so stuck. Can try running Xcode build from the command line. Doing something. Try to run it on Mac OS. Try that. Or failure. We got failures, so it's running it from the command line. Is it trying to run it on Mac OS? I want it to go to the destination. Yeah, I've been getting this error. Yeah, not sure what's going on with Xcode. I kind of have to, I think, close this. Unfortunately, yet, but we can say tests around the plot points. Or infinite scroll. If I run the app and then run tests, does it? So it can launch the app. Okay, so the app ran. Yeah, we totally broke the right screen just so we did try to figure this out. And when we run the test, nothing even happens when I press this button. Okay, well, Xcode is telling us that it is time to say our goodbye. let's see, I guess I can show off my website. It has links to my open source projects. SPX is for running command line tools such as your build. FQauth is good at self-host signing with Apple. And of course, SH is how I run shell commands from inside Swift as part of scripting for, say, Xcode build and such. I've got 2 apps on the App Store. Underway is the app for New York City. Aptic Studio is for testing out the optics on your iPhone. Yeah, I do my live coding every Sunday in the afternoon, New York City time. Hope you're having a wonderful morning, evening, or night wherever you are. And WWDC is tomorrow. Thanks for watching.